Stand back on it.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'd like to call our April 25th, 2023 council meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Before we begin, I would like to point out that we are conducting this meeting virtually as well. You can also visit the agenda page on the city's website for more information on how to participate in today's council meeting. Moving forward on our agenda, our first item is our updates or approval for the agenda. Just like to call out if council has any amendments they would like to make to the agenda. Seeing none, hearing none. If I can get a motion to accept the agenda as presented. Councillor Fote? Yeah, a little further down. There you go.
I make the motion that we accept the agenda as presented.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, we're going to quickly move into our approval of the minutes, which is the first minutes are April 18th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes. Councillor, are there any comments in relation to those minutes or updates? All right, if I could get a motion to accept those minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move we accept the minutes of April 18th, 2023 regular council meeting as presented.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to our next item, April 18th, 2023 special council meeting minutes. Councillor, are there any questions or comments in relation to those minutes? If I can get a motion to accept the special meeting minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move we accept the April 18th, 2023 special council meeting minutes as presented.
Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to our public hearing we're having this morning. We have two public hearings, which we'll hold one after the other. All right, moving forward into our first public hearing, I'd like to call a motion to open the public hearing at 9:04 a.m. Councillor Fote? It's open, yeah.
I make the motion that we open this public hearing.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. All right. Any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated sign-in sheet either in support or in opposition of the proposed bylaws. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio and video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. Here's going to be the outline of today's public hearing process. First of all, we'll have a staff report from administration. Then we'll have a presentation from the applicant, presentations from the public in support of the proposal. Then we'll have presentations from the public in opposition of the proposal. Then a rebuttal presentation from the applicant, limited only to the comments received or heard in opposition. And then final questions of administration by council. I'd like to call for the staff report from administration to introduce the proposed bylaw 003-23, being the Clearwater ASP minor amendments bylaw. If you could proceed.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Sarah Hady, Planner 1, and today's staff is presenting bylaw 003-23, being the Clearwater Park Area Structure Plan minor amendments for public hearing. Before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge that all my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAOs to the Mayor and all members of Council. So the intention of the presentation today is to hold a public hearing for bylaw 003-23, being the proposed minor amendments to the Clearwater Park ASP. Today, staff is seeking two motions. That Council gives second reading to bylaw 003-23, being the minor amendments to the Clearwater ASP as presented, and that Council give third reading to bylaw 003-23, again being the minor amendments to the Clearwater ASP as presented. Is the presentation available, Callan?
Just as a question to legislation, in relation to, do we also need to open the bylaw for, in bylaws number 20323? In order to have, do we do both at the same time during the public hearing, or? Like the, for the Clearwater Park ASP minor amendments, do we also open or comment on the bylaw in section F? Do we open that?
So during this, it's just the presentations, and then later on, we'll do second and third readings of those bylaws.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, sorry, please proceed.
All right, so the applicant for this bylaw is Arcadis IBI Group on behalf of Clearwater Park, Inc. The applicant seeks to amend the Clearwater Park ASP to allow for alignment with other local and regional plans, including the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 Outline Plan and the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board's Growth Plan. The Clearwater Park ASP is located east of the lake with the Trans-Canada Highway running west and south of the borders. And if the presentation was up, I would say, here's a zoomed in version of the ASP. So we'll just skip forward. So one of the amendments is to update all references to the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board's or CMRB's interim growth plan to the growth plan. So since the growth plan took effect August 15th, 2022, which was after the approval of the Clearwater Park ASP, the interim growth plan is no longer applicable and shouldn't be referred to as such in the ASP. Another amendment is to update all figures, exhibits, and tables to match the new road to access a 10-acre property known as the Gruwall property. This property is a future outline plan area called Clearwater Inlet, and this new road was approved in the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 Outline Plan. So originally, the proposed future road connection to the 10-acre property was located on the west side, and the new proposed one is to be located on the southwest side. And this was determined through the outline plan process with further discussions with the landowners that the grading and servicing of this future road was not feasible, so therefore the southwest road was proposed.
Sorry, just let me interrupt for a second.
Yeah.
Willie, are you able to put that up on the screen for residents? Yeah, Kim's doing that. Sarah, do you know which page that you'd like to go to?
I believe if you could just skip forward and then I'll see. Keep going. This one. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the plan on the left shows the original proposed future road connection to the 10-acre Gruwall property. And again, through the outline plan process and further discussions with the landowners, it was determined that grading and servicing of this future road was not feasible. So a new road to the southwest of the property was added, and this road is called Clearwater Inlet. Some road names were updated through the outline plan process as well, so all figures, exhibits, and tables will require updating to match the approved Clearwater Park West Stage 1 Outline Plan. The majority of these name changes do not affect the exhibits in the ASP, as they are small residential roads and aren't typically shown on high-level ASP plans. So the only amendment required is updating a road name from the name Clearwater Gate to Clearwater Passage. And lastly, Exhibit 10 road network must be updated to match the road classifications approved in the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 Outline Plan. There were a few minor revisions to this exhibit, including updates to the legend to align with the various types of road classifications, to match the approved traffic impact assessment, which was conducted as part of the outline plan process. As well, a few specific roads changed classifications, including the west portion of the future Chestermere Boulevard from arterial to parkway, Clearwater Point from 22.5 meter collector to 19 meter collector, and the south portion of Clearwater Passage from 22.5 meter collector to 27 meter local arterial. The proposed bylaw aligns with the general intent and policies within applicable regulations and guiding documents. This includes the CMRB's growth plan, the municipal development plan, Clearwater Park West Stage 1 OP, and the land use bylaw as amended. The proposed changes, if approved, will align all local and regional plans with one another, and this will provide consistency in planning and decision-making processes. There are no anticipated disadvantages identified if this bylaw is approved. So in accordance with the digital advertising bylaw, the public hearing was advertised on the City of Chestermere's website and social media on April 5th for more than 2 consecutive weeks. Notification letters were sent to adjacent landowners on April 11th, and no comments or feedback were received as of April 20th at the time this report was submitted. However, we did receive one just last night, and it has been dealt with. It was just in regards to a property south of the ASP area where they were wondering if any of these amendments were impacting their property, which it is not. So after today's public hearing, I would like to ask council to give second and third reading for bylaw 003-23. And that now concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councilor, I'd like to ask if you have any questions for clarification to administration at this time. All right, seeing none, hearing none. I'd like to call at this time the applicant to present their application. It's not being happened, okay?
I don't believe they're having a presentation.
Okay. All right, having said that, council, again, are there any questions or moving forward in regards to the presentation today? All right, at this point, I'd like to move to asking questions from the public in relation to those that are in support of the application. Do we have any statements in support of the application?
We did not receive any letters in favor.
Okay. All right, then I'd like to ask 3 times whether anyone wishes to present in support of the application. I'll ask a second time if anybody wishes to speak in support of the application, and a final time if anybody wishes to speak in support of the application. All right. I'd like to move forward and now talk in regards to the presentations from the public of those in opposition, individuals or groups, legislative.
Once again, we received no letters in opposition to the proposed bylaw.
All right, thank you. Again, I'd like to ask 3 times for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of the presentation. Second time is to anyone who wishes to present in opposition. A third and final time if there's anyone who wishes to present in opposition. All right, thank you. Again, since the applicant is not here to speak in rebuttal of any, and there was none, opposition comments. And again, I guess the final time back to council again. Are there any questions from any council members in relation to the applicant or the administration? Hearing that, Council Vogt. One more time, sorry. Yeah.
When we asked for any questions against the, against
Opposition,
the
yeah.
opposition, I think it was Sarah had said they received a letter, but that had been handled. Do we need to record that in the minutes as such? Or how would we handle that?
You could read it in at that point, just so it is on the record.
I think my personal feeling is if there was a question on it, I think it should be recorded.
I'd agree with that. Sarah, do you happen to have the comment that was brought forward? Thank you.
All right, so the letter we received, or the email, was, "Hello, Liz. As I just recently received the letter from the mail regarding the meeting tomorrow, I do not have much time to introduce an objection or request to speak to council if necessary. I have not been able to ascertain exactly what the proposed changes to the ASP involved. Are you able to shed light on this plan of action for me, please?" Would you like me to read who it's from?
Yes. That's correct?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Regards, Michelle Matlow.
Okay.
And then our response, "Hello, Michelle. As per the email that Elvin, who is the applicant, sent you on April 19th, 2023, the proposed changes have no impact on your property. I have attached the email that Elvin originally sent to this email, as he did an excellent job summarizing the proposed changes. If you have any questions, please feel free to call me prior to 9 a.m. today, as I will be in council. Thank you."
Thank you. Just to close off the this portion appropriately again, I'll ask again if there's three times if there's any other wishes to speak in opposition. A second time if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition, and a final time if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition. Now, finally, Councillor, are there any questions in relation to the comments that have been brought forward by administration? All right, thank you. All right, well, that will conclude our public hearing. I'd like to call a motion to close for public hearing at 9:20 a.m. Councillor Henley?
I move that we close the public hearing for bylaw 003-23 being the Clearwater Park ASP minor amendment.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. We'll move forward onto our second public hearing. All right, I'd like to call a motion to open the public hearing for bylaw 004-23, Dawson's Landing Phases 6 and 7, minor land use amendments. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we open the public hearing for bylaw 004-23 being the Dawson Landing Phases 6 and 7 minor land use amendments.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, as mentioned earlier, any individual or group who wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated sign-in sheet either in support or opposition of the proposed bylaw. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio and video recording devices and cameras by the public or the press is prohibited. Here's going to be the outline of the public hearing again. Staff report from administration will be the first item. The second item will be a presentation from the applicant. Then we will have presentations from the public in support of the proposal. Then we will have presentations from the public in opposition of the proposal. Rebuttal presentation from the applicant. And final questions of administration. So I'd like to call for the staff report to introduce bylaw 004-23.
All right, the second,
Sarah.
good morning again. The second public hearing staff is presenting today is bylaw 004-23, being the Dawson's Landing Phases 6 and 7 minor land use amendments. Again, before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge that all my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAOs to the mayor and all members of council. The intention of the presentation is to hold a public hearing for bylaw 004-23, being the proposed minor land use amendments in Dawson's Landing phases 6 and 7. And today's staff is seeking two motions. First, that council gives second reading to bylaw 004-23, being the proposed minor land use amendments in Dawson's Landing phases 6 and 7 as presented. And second, that council give third reading to bylaw 004-23, being the proposed minor land use amendments in Dawson's Landing phases 6 and 7 as presented. The applicant for this bylaw is Stantec Consulting on behalf of the landowner, Waterbridge Developments, care of Qualico Developments West. The applicant seeks to amend land uses within the Dawson's Landing subdivisions phases 6 and 7. These amendments are minor and are primarily to clean up administrative errors as well as alignment with other policy changes. The neighborhood of Dawson's Landing is located west of Rainbow Road and south of Chestermere Boulevard. Here's a closer look at Dawson's Landing phases 6 and 7, which are future subdivisions that are not yet subdivided. So one amendment is the redesignation of 2 blocks of residential planned lot rear lane or R1 PRL to the residential planned lot front drive district or R1 PFD. The proposed amendment affects about 0.88 hectares of land. These blocks were originally zoned as residential planned lot district R1P in the Dawson's Landing Outline Plan in 2018. However, in 2020, the R1P district was replaced by 2 planned lot districts, being R1 PRL and R1 PFD. And as a result, all R1P lots were automatically designated as R1 PRL, being the rear lane district. A redesignation is required as these subject lots do not have a proposed rear lane and will only be accessed from the front. So as a note, this doesn't change the percentage of narrow or planned lots in the outline plan area, as the proposal is going from one planned lot district to another planned lot district. The other amendment is the reconfiguration of a municipal reserve parcel to allow for proper abandoned well setback requirements. In doing so, the MR will absorb about 0.36 hectares of land, of R1 land, and 0.10 hectares of road land for a total new area of 0.98 hectares. The additional area of 0.46 hectares will be deemed non-credit MR, as it would be in excess of the allowable 10% MR dedication for the entire Dawson's Land community. The proposed bylaw aligns with the general intent of policies within applicable regulations and guiding documents. This includes the Municipal Development Plan, the Waterbridge Master Area Structure Plan, the Gateway Area Structure Plan, the Dawson's Landing Outline Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw as amended. The proposed changes, if approved, will assist the landowner in achieving the build-out of Dawson's Landing neighborhood in a manner that adheres to the Land Use Bylaw. And there are no anticipated disadvantages identified if this bylaw is approved. So in accordance with the digital advertising bylaw, the public hearing was advertised on the City of Chestermere's website and social media on April 4th for more than 2 consecutive weeks. There are no current adjacent landowners within a 150-meter radius of each proposed land use amendment, so no notification letters were sent out. And there were no comments or feedback received as of April 20th at the time this presentation was submitted. After today's public hearing, I would like to ask Council to give second and third reading to bylaw 004-23. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Sarah. Again, Council, are there any questions or clarifications from administration? Councillor Vogt?
I understand that they're designating some MR land for setback from an abandoned well. How long is this? What type of well was it? And When was it abandoned?
So the type of well, I believe, was a abandoned gas well. However, I'm not sure when it was abandoned, and I can look into that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions in regards to the presentation by administration? All right, great, thank you. Next, move on to starting with people in, I'd like to call the applicant to present for their application, if they're planning on presenting today. Okay. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Willie, do we have the ability to bring their presentation up online?
Yes, I can run the presentation.
And are they able to be seen online? Thank you. All right. Sorry. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us from Stantec. Did you mention that you had a presentation that you wanted to show council? Okay, that's okay. Thank you. And I believe the question that you just answered was in regards to the question that Councillor Fote had brought forward in regards to the timing of the abandonment of the well. Can you repeat that again? When you thought that happened? Okay. Okay. Councillor, are there any questions for Stantec? Further questions? Councillor Fote?
I want to ask about this abandoned well. I want to feel comfortable if we're going to pass readings on this today. For the simple reason is the city has had a problem with an abandoned well before. They built a house on top of it, and I understand that you guys are not you're not going to do that, but I want to make sure that we have the proper setbacks from that well that will not create any problems for your development in the future. Thank you. I'm comfortable with that. Thank you very much.
Councillor, are there any additional questions for the applicant? All right, thank you very much. I'd like to move on to the next portion of our public hearing. I'd like to call for presentations from the public in support of the application. Legislative, is there any applicants in support?
There are no applicants in support for this bylaw.
All right, thank you very much. Having heard that, I still would like to recall 3 times for anyone who wishes to present in support of the presentation today of the applicant. Again, a second time, is there anyone who wishes to present in support? And a final time, is there anyone who wishes to present in support? Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call for presentations from the public for those that wish to speak in opposition. Legislative, is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition that's registered?
There were no individuals speaking in opposition to this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. All right, that makes this easy. Again, I'd like to ask 3 times if there's anyone who wishes to present in opposition to today's public hearing. A second time if there's anyone who wishes to present in opposition. And a final time if there's anyone who wishes to present in opposition. Since there was no presentations, I don't believe, is there any further questions from council in relation to the non-presentations? Just to confirm from the applicant, is there any further points that you'd like to mention before we move off to the final stages of the public hearing? Thank you very much. Council, this is your final opportunity to ask any questions to administration. If there's any questions for administration. I don't see any. All right, thank you very much. If I can get a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we close the public hearing for bylaw 004-23, being the Dawson Landing Phases 6 and 7 minor land use amendments.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so from here, we're going to move on to our next item on the agenda, which is item E on pages 10 to 37, which will be our 2022 overview of our assessments, presented by Bob Dodlin, Assessment Specialist, Accurate Assessment Group Limited. Good morning, gentlemen. If you could press the button on the mic. Page 10. Morning.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to do our annual presentation on the assessment. If it's okay with yourselves, we would proceed.
Please proceed.
This morning's presentation will be in 2 parts, as it has in the past. The first part, the front end of the presentation, will be more so an introduction. It'll be a quick overview in this case. Most parties involved have seen this part of the presentation before, but if there are some new council or staff, they'll at least become a little more familiar with who we are. The second part will be the highlights, or the meat and potatoes, of the assessment for 2022, and then there may be questions or whatnot. The questions can certainly arrive during the slides. If they will be answered in a future slide. I'll just note that, and we'll continue on, but we can certainly receive questions as the presentation unfolds. Accurate Assessment Group was founded in 1997. We've been providing assessment services to many municipalities throughout Alberta, and has recently grown. We seem to grow every second year or so. We gain a municipality or two. So you can see we're as far north as High Level and as far south as the MD of Tabor. We provide services to all of those green highlighted municipalities in some capacity, not necessarily the appointed assessor, but we do provide a service of some nature to them. This, coincidentally, this was our 25th year in 2022 of providing services.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Worship. We're located in, we have three different offices, if you will. Our main office is out of Sherwood Park, has been since the beginning. We've got two sub-offices, one in Whitecourt, Alberta, and one just outside of Warburg, Alberta. We provide assessment services for 25 rural municipalities. Not all of those are appointed assessments, but they, like I mentioned earlier, are assessment services in some capacity. We also do 7 complete services for 7 towns, 7 cities, and all 8 Métis settlements. And we hope that our endeavor is to be the municipality's trusted advisor when it comes to all items assessment. We believe we complete this task very well through our team depth, our communication, and our data integrity. So today, myself is the presenter. To my right, I have Mr. Jesse Nelson. He will also be presenting a slide later on with a comprehensive slide regarding inspections. We also have Corey Allen, that's directly involved with the city's assessment. He's also boots on the ground and looking at annually all the construction, et cetera, and putting figures to things. Now, we also have several other key members of our organization that we do draw from time to time. They're experts in their field, whether it be farmland assessment, because there is farmland assessment around the fringe areas of the city, as well as an industrial assessment team that is very, very expert in their field. So yes, we do have resources that help us in all facets. Property assessment overview. Property assessment is the process of assigning a dollar value to a property for taxation purposes. Essentially, we have assessed value multiplied by the tax rate equals property tax. Assessment is governed by the Municipal Government Act. There is a part 9 of the Municipal Government Act, directly dictates what we do and how we assess properties. There are 3 regulations that are in support of that as well. As you can see, the acronyms MRAT, COPTER, and MRAC. I won't bore you with the details, but those specific regulations refer to items such as complaints and how they're dealt with, nonprofit organizations, how they're dealt with, and taxation, assessment relating to taxation in the various capacities that exist. With assessment valuation, there are essentially 4 classes of assessment. There's residential, which is valued using a market value approach. Non-residential, which can be a combination of market value and regulated. By far, the non-residential assessment in the city of Chestermere is assessed using the market value approach. But there are a few properties that we do use a regulated approach due to the nature of the property. Farmland is assessed using a regulated approach, and then designated industrial property is also a regulated approach. Market value. 99% of the property assessment base in the city of Chestermere is assessed with the market value approach. Market value means the amount that a property might expect to realize if sold in the open market by a willing seller to a willing buyer. There are 3 approaches to value that we use, dependent on the property type, but all 3 can be used to ascertain market value of property. The first is the cost approach. The second is the direct sales approach, and the third is the income approach. Typically with residential properties, we use a cost-modified approach. And with non-residential properties, we use the income approach to value. Mass appraisal. Mass appraisal means the process of preparing assessments for a group of properties using standard methods and common data and allowing for statistical testing. So this common data, essentially, we are assessing the entire city, looking at the sales, and then building a model and applying it to every property that hasn't sold. So we have equitable and fair assessments across the board. The data that we compare are data items such as location, lot size, age of the property, and there are other factors as well. The assessment process. Every property is reassessed annually. That does not mean it's re-inspected annually. It's actually re-inspected every 4 to 5 years, visually re-inspected. But it is reassessed annually, meaning it's reevaluated annually. Property inspections can include inspections regarding development permits, progressive properties or properties that were incomplete in the past being completed, and as well a scheduled reinspection. Like I had mentioned, every 4 to 5 years, properties are reinspected. Pardon me if you will, I just need to take a drink. And then assessment inquiries. Every year we do receive inquiries regarding assessment from property owners, and especially during that time frame of when mail out occurs within the next 30 to 90 days. So we hope that the property owner would contact the municipality or attend an open house and speak with us with regards to assessment and any concerns they may have. In some cases, it's just interest or education, and we do receive a lot of calls regarding that, on how assessment works and what drives it. Secondly, if there is a concern with the assessment, we would hope that the property owner would provide all requested information and so we can ensure that the correct data is recorded. And this helps the property owner maintain their right of complaint on the property assessment if they disagree with the assessment. And then if we haven't come to a resolve either through a change that may be implemented and warranted, or an understanding and education of how the assessment is possibly correct, at that point the property owner can then put in an assessment complaint and go forward through a jurisdictional hearing or a board process where both parties would present their evidence as to why the assessment is correct or incorrect, depending on if it's a complainant or a respondent. So that concludes the front end of the presentation. Now getting into the actual analytics. This was a very healthy assessment year, if you will, 2022. There were a profound number of development permits taken out, new construction, and a market change year over year that was quite incredible, actually. In all the municipalities that we do, and we do quite a few in Alberta, as you know, this particular year over year change was the greatest. And so I will dive into that more specifically into each class, and we'll discuss what made up that change. You may ask, why? Well, I can't answer the why. The why is supply and demand, and everybody knows how that can go from year over year. But anyways, if we focus in on this, residential assessment year over year went up almost $800 million, 19% increase in residential assessment. Non-residential assessment, of course, a much smaller portion of the total assessment base, still went up $40 million year over year, or 126% increase in assessment for non-residential. Linear assessment increased approximately 7%. Farmland assessment remained relatively unchanged. This is normal year over year because twofold. There was no annexation that occurred within the city, so that means there was no actual gained farmland within the city limits. Secondly, farmland assessment is a regulated rate. So it doesn't change year over year unless there's a physical change to that land, meaning that there was either brushing or reversion. So in essence, there was a slight drop due to some of the farmland being taken or retired, if you will, being taken out of commission and actually transformed into residential lands or commercial lands, if you will. And then exempt assessment increased by 10%. So an overall total assessment base changed or increased by 19%. Now, if we look at residential assessment, we see a 19% increase year over year. And if we can compare to past year, it's been 2 solid years. Actually, last year was an 11% increase year over year. And then the year before that was actually quite a slower year with only 2%. But this year was, yes, quite incredible. Now, this is a graphical display of what we saw on the table. And as you can see, residential assessment increased quite healthy. And then this same, this particular chart shows the total assessment base and how it's changed over the last 5 years. The next slide is a chart that is an array or signifies where the properties changed. We have just over 9,000 taxable properties in the city. And the key takeaway here is 82% of them have incurred anywhere from a 1 to 25% increase in their assessment, with the majority, 64%, being anywhere from 10 to 25% increase in assessment year over year. It's much like a bell curve, as you can see. This chart, instead of percent change, it's dollar change, which is a different way, and sometimes it tells me more as a viewer. Approximately 70% of the properties are incurring anywhere from a 25 to 90 or 25 between $25,000 and $100,000 increase in value year over year. This chart here is a reflection of how you would say that the economy or the real estate market is going, somewhat. It kind of shows a picture of what's happened. A 5-year history of new accounts. A new account is anytime there is a subdivision, whether it be a single parcel out or a multi-parcel subdivision, or a split, one parcel split into 2, whatever the case is. Going back as far back as 2018, there were 99 new parcels that year. Then 402, 226, 425, and in 2022 we had 738 new accounts due to multi-parcel subdivisions. Development permits, very similar. Very, very parallel to the new accounts. Almost, 1,343 development permits taken out in 2022. In the time frame since we've been an assessment services provider for the city of Chestermere, back when it was the town of Chestermere, this is the highest number of development permits in 1 year that we've ever encountered with the city.
Yeah.
So this slide here, it's a breakout of the different residential areas, if you will, because residential is residential from a broad spectrum. However, you've got different types of residential. You've got your standard interior residential, you've got lake properties, you've got fringe area properties, and condominium properties. They each have their own market, if you will. So this is a description of what's transpired year over year. Standard interior lots, land increased anywhere from 2 to 5%. So this includes Westmere, this includes Dawson, this is all of that type of property. overall improved anywhere from 10 to 14%. That's at 30,000 feet. There are specific areas within the city that actually increased more than that, some, and a couple of areas that may have increased only 8 or 9%. However, generally speaking, 10 to 14% encompasses most of that. Lakefront property, land increased anywhere from 6 to 7%, and the overall change anywhere from 5 to 15%. Again, there were specific areas or property types that increased more than that year over year. Residential fringe, land increased anywhere from 1 to 10%, depending on if you were on the west end of the city or the south end or the east end on the fringe areas. And then overall improved market, meaning, again, improved meaning land with a house on it, increased anywhere from 8 to 15%, depending on what side of the city. And then the condominium market increased anywhere from 8 to 12%, typically. There were some exceptions, but that is the general reflection. So if we remember, the residential assessment increased by 19%. This is made up of two parts. There's two factors that are involved here. One is going to be the growth, of course, all the new construction or completed construction from last year. And then the second part is market inflation. So to have a sum of 19% change, we have 8% of that due to new construction. Again, an incredible figure year over year, 8% growth. And then market change, 11.5%. So those two items add up to 19.5% or 19% rounded. Almost 20. Non-residential assessment. You can see here we had the original chart said 26% increase year over year. Well, almost 15% of that was due to new construction. And then approximately 11% due to market inflation or market increase. At this point, Mr. Jesse Nelson is going to present this slide. It's regarding a lot of the work that we do, and he's going to explain how it works.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. So what is a reinspection cycle? So according to the Municipal Government Act, every 5 years a property has to be physically reinspected. So if you can see on the chart there, we've broken up into 5 geographical areas. This past year, we were in the Cove area, the Kindenberg area. And the coming year, or this year, we'll be in more the heart of the city. So I am directly involved in this. We'll be out there driving the streets, knocking on doors, and talking to property owners out there. So we're a face that the people get to see a lot of the time. So we're well dressed and look good. But a couple things that we're looking for when we're out there is we're looking for the condition of the properties. So have properties been renovated? Are they deteriorating? It's very important for us to confirm that information. We'll be verifying sales. So again, as Bob was saying, how we make our values is off the sales. So sometimes there's properties that trade for more than what we're expecting or less than what we're expecting. So we want to knock on a door and get the property owner's opinions. Did they pay a fair market value? Was it high? Was it low? Was it a duress sale? What has happened there? We'll be updating photos of all the properties in that specific area as well. And then we can compare that back to what we took the prior inspection cycle, so 5 years ago. See another way just to confirm, has there been any change to the property? We'll also be looking for any new structures. So anything that's unpermitted. I know it might be a surprise. It does happen sometimes, from time to time. You know, people put up a veranda or a garage, things like that. Another thing that we do, we started this about 4 or 5 years ago, is we send out requests for information letters to property owners within these specific areas. So what those are, and the city sends those out on our behalf with their letterhead, so it's quite professional. But it's just a chart basically saying, has there been any change to the property? Has there been any renovations? Is your basement developed? Has there been renovations? It confirms the plumbing fixtures in the houses, air conditioning. So it's a very important thing for us to confirm the interior information on the houses, and it's a very, very handy tool. I would say on average, we're receiving anywhere from a 40 to 55% response rate. So it just depends on the area and the year. And additionally, as you can see, there's part of that is not highlighted. It's just clear. Every year, we re-inspect the non-residential properties. So we'll drive by them to see, confirm tenant changes, vacancies, new construction, and so forth. And this is above and beyond the best practice. According to, again, Municipal Government Act says every 5 years. We do that yearly. As well, the lakefront. We'll do a drive-by of the lakefront every year to look for any physical changes to the properties there as well. And I think that's about it. Yeah, so, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. So we are on our last slide, and before I proceed with the bullets here, I do want to give a little bit of, I guess, look into that crystal ball. Our valuation date annually is July 1st of the assessment year. So in this case, July 1st of 2022. That's our target valuation date when it comes to the 2022 assessment. So since then, we've had approximately 6, 7, 8, 9 months of sales. So 3/4 of the year has gone by that I was able to have a quick review over just to see where the market's going for the upcoming assessment. And this may help in budgeting concerns or direction for you. At this point, we have, since January 1st, we've already have 270 new accounts, new parcels in the city. Since July of last year, we've had 250 what we would call arm's length transactions, vacant sales. That in itself shows us about a 3 to 4% increase in market value for land since last year of July. Since July of last year, we've had approximately 800 arm's length transactions for improved sales. So that's sales that are either new construction sales or existing properties that have sold with houses on them. 800 since July, which is quite a lot, a little bit above normal, I'll tell you that much. And we are looking at approximately a 7 to 8% increase in market for residential properties since last July. So as of right now, assessments, because they're as of July of 2022, are already anywhere from 7 to 8% lower than market value today. Now, what I also have a feeling, looking at the last 3 months of sales, is the market has kind of stabilized, plateaued. Since January, I don't see much for change. It's kind of flattened out. But still, we've got assessment, at this point, we've got assessments increasing for the coming year, approximately 7 to 8%. We'll see what the last 3 months of our assessment year show us. We've got April, May, and June, and those are typically the most active. So at this point, we know that mail out occurred about a month ago or so. We've had 36 inquiries with regards to assessment. So considering the change year over year and the number of parcels, over 9,000 taxable parcels, we've only got 36 inquiries so far. If we compare that to previous years, last year there were 11 inquiries total, assessment inquiries, and the year before that 20. So yes, higher than the last 2 years, but it stands to reason. The assessment did change quite a bit year over year. But in most cases, the assessment stands where it's at, with evidence ample evidence that supports where it is. Moving into the bullets. Right now, we are fielding calls as a result of the assessment notice mail-out. We're receiving and answering inquiries. In fact, yesterday we had approximately 7, I believe, assessment inspections to do. We did them between 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock last night. In many cases, it helps the property owners if we're able to inspect the properties in the evening as opposed to the daytime. So we'll be doing that, continuing that through to May, when the complaint period will be ended at that point. Second bullet, we'll be preparing for the request for information letters that we'll be mailing out at the end of June. So that will happen. That'll be the non-residential request for information letters. We mail those out as of July 1st, and then we send a reminder letter if they haven't responded. We'll send that September 30th. And then also during that time frame of that September or May through September, we'll be inspecting or conducting the inspections for the reinspection area that's scheduled, as you're already aware of. Then the third bullet, we'll be completing the supplementary assessment. We'll start that typically in late August because of the quantity of new construction permits that have occurred. We start that in late August, and then we will continue to pick up the assess the new construction all the way into October. We'll provide that to the city. We'll inspect all the other new permits that may not fall under the supplementary assessment process. We'll be inspecting the new subdivisions and any incomplete construction, and we'll be analyzing the market. And that will all occur, like I say, between August, typically because of the volume of construction, and December. So that essentially wraps up the assessment presentation. And I'm open to any questions at this point if there is, but we do understand that council is probably under a time frame, and I've probably exceeded my time limit.
Well, thank you, Bob. That's very informative. I just have one question in regards to the overview slide. I think it's back 5 or 6 slides. Is the overview slide is
Yes?
Cumulative, I guess. That's a differential number, right? Between 21 and 22, that's the increase in differential between the two?
Thank you for your question, Your Worship. Yes, that is absolutely right. This is the change from 2021. Yes, it's essentially the market change using 2021 as a benchmark, and then what 2022 brings. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was my question. Yeah, differential. Okay. So you're saying that approximately the city has experienced in 2022 just under $1 billion of new growth. Is that in assessment, the differential? 858 million?
That is correct, Your Worship. The total assessment base has increased by $858 million, so just shy of $1 billion, and have now exceeded $5 billion. Last year we were at 4.5 billion. Now we're at almost 5.4 billion.
Wow. Councillor, any questions? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, more of a point. I think I want to draw the public to this specific slide that's on the screen. So in order for residents, existing residents, for their taxes, the implication, the bottom section is existing residential year over year, which says the overall average increase of that has been 11.5%. So in order for their tax bills to remain somewhat constant, we would have to reduce the mill rate 11.5%. The number above is the new construction. Those are new homes. Those are new people with new services that the city has to acquire or provide services for. And that has increased the overall 8%. They would be subject, because they haven't paid tax before, and be subject to the revised mill rate, and that's what would pay for existing city services that are provided. So this is the real key when it comes to when we do the tax bylaw, to understand the difference between the residential growth and the just market change.
Bob?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I agree with Councillor Hanley for sure. What I do want to point out is the 11.5% is the the average, if you will. It's the cumulative average. There are locations in the city that will experience more of change due to inflation and less. But overall, from a global perspective, 11.5, anywhere from 11.5 to 12% was the average. Thank you.
Just as just a question for clarification, is it determined somewhat on area, or it's much more specific than that? That it could be a difference between, houses on the same street, for example, or is it, it would change roughly the similar amount by postal code or by street address, or how would you do this on such a macro scale?
Thank you, and that's an excellent question, Your Worship. This is, first off, I guess I would explain that we break down the city into locations or neighborhoods. That's one of the first aspects that we look at. We review and making sure that there are consistencies between properties. So if you have an older neighborhood versus a newer neighborhood, those are essentially two different markets. They may change the same year over year, but they're still two separate markets that need to, in our respect, especially with a property or with a municipality of this size, they need to be analyzed separately. And then the results found. If we delve into the more specifics of a property and property type, we will consider area of the property, meaning the square footage of the property, as well as the quality of construction. You can have a street where there is standard construction, and then there may be houses that have a semi-custom construction, or there may be houses that are complete custom. So we will separate those out or segregate those out and analyze those specifically. So if it's a custom type of home in a one general neighborhood, we'll analyze all the custom homes in that neighborhood and to ascertain what the market's done year over year. I hope that's an example of one example of the many analyses that we do. I hope that answers your question, sir.
No, it does. Thank you. Council, just to close this off, are there any final questions? All right, thank you very much for that. If I can get a motion to accept this presentation for information. Councillor Vogt?
I make the motion that we accept this presentation as information. And thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Moving on to item F, which is our start of our bylaws section of our agenda today, pages 38 to 45. We're going to be looking at the bylaw 018-14, our animal control bylaw, which is being presented today by Trevor Bowman, our Chestermere Peace Officer Sergeant. Morning, Trevor.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Morning, Council. All my comments will be directed through the CAOs to the chair and the rest of council. The presentation before you is just going to provide council with some information on bylaws from adjacent municipalities that they use to address livestock within their municipal limits. Okay. So, as an overview, at the April 4th council meeting, administration was tasked to bring forward information on how municipalities address and manage livestock within their municipal limits. First off, we need to figure out what livestock is. It's a pretty broad meaning. As described, livestock, it means, but not limited to, horses, cattle, swine, sheep, chickens, geese, goats, and other domestically reared animals, and game production animals contained within the Livestock Industry Diversification Act. That's a lot of animals. So it's quite a broad view when it comes to livestock. We looked at several other municipalities to see how they address livestock within their jurisdictions and if they offered any programs that would permit livestock or the possession of livestock. The urban municipalities we looked at were Airdrie, Calgary, Cochrane, Diamond Valley, High River, Okotoks, and Strathmore. Well, we found that all the municipalities had very similar bylaws, as they did not permit livestock in their municipalities unless it was permitted under the land use bylaw through zoning, or the property owner held an agricultural type permit which was issued by the municipality. There were several different factors in determining if livestock be permitted in an area. And again, this would be probably a better question for planning and development, but based on the information we received, some of the factors in this include the size of property, the type of animals to be kept, the potential of noise, odor, the cleanliness, and a potential effect on adjacent property values. So, I mean, there's a big difference between a 10-pound pig and a 300-pound sow. So, good luck with
Sure they
everyone
get out.
beside it. So one of the things we looked at some of the municipal programs other municipalities offered. We found that almost every municipality offered an exception to their bylaw as they offered their residents some type of backyard hen program. This program allows residents to keep chickens, usually 2 to 4, on their property for the sole purpose of egg production. Calgary recently ran a pilot in this program in 2022 and is now rolling it out in 2023, while other municipalities like Diamond Valley have had it in place for several years now. If you go on Amazon or any other place, you can buy a chicken coop that looks just like that for your backyard, amazingly enough. So it's quite popular. The backyard chicken program requires the property owner to make application to the city, which includes a course in animal care, provided an approved chicken coop, which is passes site inspection by the city prior to the licensing being reapproved. And of course, for obvious reasons, usually in R1 areas, they don't allow roosters. So it's confined to chickens only. One innovative program was offered by the City of Calgary, and it's really interesting. It is actually their Livestock Emotional Support Animal Program. This is relatively a new program that permits livestock within a municipality, but only on the condition that a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist has determined that the support animal is part of the patient's treatment. These support animals can include livestock, but also allows for other animals. As an emotional support animal, they're not classified as service animals, and so it will be at the municipality's discretion of approving what type of animals be permitted and the conditions for those animals. It would also be important to know that some animals would not be permitted, their position would not be permitted because they're restricted by the Wildlife Act, the Public Health Act, or even the Pest Control Act. So that's kind of an overview of what most municipalities are doing right now. Most of them do have programs in place that allow a backyard chicken type program. And again, Calgary's pretty innovative with their program, with their emotional support ones. But again, if we're going to look at livestock in municipal areas, that's probably going to fall to planning and development for rezoning. If council has any questions regarding the information I've provided, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Councillor, are there any questions for Trevor? Councillor Hanley?
Hi, Trevor. I guess the backyard hen program seems to be popular, but I would imagine that would also create an additional workload for the peace officers because of people not necessarily complying. Have you done any sort of assessment of what that would do to workload?
I can tell you that I have worked in areas where we have had a backyard hen program. City Hall or the administration will issue the license. What's happened in the past is they usually get planning and development techs to do the inspection of the coop. And then once the permit's approved, they go from there. The chickens are not permitted to usually run around. They must be kept in the coop at all times. They must be banded. Therefore, we don't really have a big issue in places I've worked before with chickens running around, like such as Miami or something. So there's not a lot of huge workload.
Okay.
It's very much just following up on licenses to make sure people are properly licensed, and that's about it from our side.
So there's really sort of no unintended consequences that you
There would be.
foresee?
We would have have stipulations or amendments in the animal bylaw to, again, have keeping unlicensed chickens along those lines. So, and again, they would fall under the Animal Protection Act, again, if there is miscarriage of the animals and stuff too. So that would be a provincial matter.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Foat?
Through the mayor to Trevor, do we have any backyard hens in town now?
We have partridges, we have pigeons, we have had the occasional chicken, one chicken, but again, until we have a program in place, that chicken was removed from the municipality. I can advise that we have had several calls to our office over the last year regarding this program and see if this is something that Chestermere was interested in bringing forward.
How does it affect other kinds of animals like bunnies and stuff like that?
When we get into rabbits along those lines, again, I'm not an expert on this, so please bear with me. These are usually pets. These are animals that are kept inside, not usually let outside. They're well taken care of, taken to a vet along those lines. When we look at other animals such as, let's say if you're living on the lake or anything else, like you have geese or duck coming up on your property, it's wildlife. It is what it is. You can feed them, or along pigeons, along those lines, you can feed them, but you're not bringing them into your house. You're not paying for vet care. They're not considered really a pet. So, again, some reasonableness comes into effect here. So,
It's an interesting area. That's
it is. Again, this is an area. It's a gray area, but do we really want to get that far into it with our residents? No. I mean, pets are pets. Wildlife is wildlife.
so. Councillor Hanley wants to have a goat in his house. That might be a pet.
Well, and I did some checking on this. Again, and one thing when we talk about animals like this, we don't want to set the public up for failure. There are stipulations. No, actually, I'm sorry, but I actually had to research this. There are stipulations where there are best practices for areas for animals. Like a goat requires 400 square feet, and they're a herding animal, so you need 2 of them. So now you had an 800 square feet. So again, we want to, if people are interested in something like that, there are stipulations in place where we want to make sure they're doing it for the right reasons, and we're going to set them up for success. So
Fantastic.
good luck with the goat.
Thank you very much, Trevor. So for today, we're just looking at this for information, correct?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Councillor Narayan?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just still wondering about the chicken coop. Is this a seasonal thing? Is it year round?
Usually it's year round, and I don't know a lot about chickens. What I've seen of people, if they do keep chickens, sometimes they'll move the coops into the garage or cover them up like in a shelter. Like they're like any other animal. They require food and shelter and warmth during the winter months and stuff. Again, they're raised for egg production, not slaughter. And again, I've worked in places where the programs have been quite successful. So if we're looking at something and doing a program like that in Chestermere, I know there is some interest in it.
Thank you. Councillor Foat?
What do we do, or what do residents do in town if they find out that their neighbor has a chicken operation going on?
They can give us a call and we'll go over and have a chat with them.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the Sergeant? All right, great. If I can get a motion to accept the animal control bylaw for information. Councillor Hanley?
I move we accept the animal control bylaw 018-14 as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good
Trevor,
afternoon.
good morning. All right, moving on to item number 2, which is going to be our bylaw 003-23, the Clearwater ASP minor amendment, which again will be presented by Sarah from our Planning and Growth and Infrastructure. Good morning again, Sarah. This is on page 46.
So I'm not going to present the whole presentation again. I would just like to ask for second and third reading of bylaw 003-3.
Okay. Council, do you have, Legislative, do you have the motion that she's looking for? Up on the screen, please. Thank you. All right, if I can get a motion to read in the motion that's being requested. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council give second reading to bylaw 003-23 being the Clearwater Park ASP minor amendments bylaw.
Thank you. Are there any comments and questions from council? All right, if I could ask for all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Sarah. All right. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council give third and final reading to bylaw 003-23 being the Clearwater Park ASP minor amendments bylaw.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. All right, now moving on to item number 3, which is on page 68. Again, being presented today by Sarah in regards to bylaw 004-23 Dawson's Landing. Hi.
So through the chair to Councillor Foat, I do have an answer for you on the abandoned well. It was abandoned in 2000, December 4th, 2000.
Okay, the motion that you're looking for us to read in is on the screen. If I can get the councillors to read a motion in. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council give second reading to bylaw 004-23 being the Dawson Landing Phases 6 and 7 minor land use amendments bylaw.
Thank you. If are there any comments or questions from council in relation to the motion being presented? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Is there a third? Here we go. All right, Councillor Hanley, if you could read that in.
Motion that council give third and final reading to bylaw 004-23 being the Dawson Landing Phase 6 and 7 minor land use amendments bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any questions or comments in relation to this motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, moving on to item number G, which starts on page 91 of our agenda package, which is our Community Support Services presentation, today being presented by Monica Franco, the Community Social Support Specialist from the City of Chestermere, and Ruby Brar, Community Social Support Strategist, and Shia Magnet, Community Support Worker, City of Chestermere. Okay. Sure, we can take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. All right, we're just coming back to our today's council meeting. Before we start, I just wanted to say thank you for Mr. Douglas Gore, who brought muffins today. Council's definitely appreciating it, and so are the residents that are in the council today. Okay, moving on to item number 1, which is our community support services. We'll have a presentation today by Monica Franco and Community Social Support Specialist, City of Chestermere. Also Ruby Brar, our Community Social Support Strategist, and Shaya Magnet, Community Support Worker, City of Chestermere. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Olympia.
My name is Olympia Hermosillo, Manager of Community Services Department. Today I have with me the Community Support Services team, one of the 3 divisions of the Community Services Department. I am joined today by my colleague Monica Franco, Community Support Specialist, Ruby Brar, Community Support Strategist, and Shaya Mangat, Community Support Worker. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. It gives us a great pleasure to share with you about the programs and services we provide to Chestermere residents. Please note that all comments made during this presentation are made through your worship and to all members of council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. The intention of this presentation is a quick overview and update of our programs and services offered, as well as our survey feedback, and to have a motion to accept this presentation for information.
Thank you.
All right, so today we'll be focusing on Community Support Services, or CSS. This section comprises of 4 staff members, 1 full-time and 3 part-time, and we have 1 registered social worker, which is Monica. We are funded through the Family and Community Support Services through the Government of Alberta, in which the province and the city usually have an 80-20 split for compensation for staff, respectively. CSS plays a critical role in poverty reduction to improve the quality of life for residents. We function using this strategy through direct support, such as food assistance or government resource navigation, and we provide general social support, which includes a range of social programming for all people of all ages. By providing these supports, CSS helps to improve the overall social well-being of residents. In addition to the micro-level work, CSS plays an important role in both meso and macro-level work aimed to addressing systemic issues that contribute to inequality. For example, we have collaborated with different government organizations and advocacy groups to address issues related to safety, finances, general accessibility, and support economic mobility. Our outreach work will be further outlined later in this presentation. So overall, by providing direct support to individuals and families in needs, while also advocating for systemic change and community development, these services help to build stronger, more resilient communities that support the well-being and success of all residents. I would also like to highlight that CSS does not function as a crisis management center, as our capacity for this would not be sufficient for more complex issues, and in this situation, an appropriate referral channel would be used. So a portion of our job also includes resource navigation and advocacy. The goal of this is to help individuals access the resources and services they need. In 2022, there were a total of 1,714 inquiries, with the type of inquiries being split on your screen. For 2023, there is an expectation of increase of inquiries. This increase is likely due to a variety of factors, including economic uncertainty, rising living costs, and the ongoing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our total number of inquiries from January to March 31st is 1,055. This is an exponential increase since 2022, as this only reflects a quarter of the year. To meet this growing demand, we have increased outreach efforts, continue to collaborate with other organizations and stakeholders, seek new and innovative ways to provide support by expanding existing programs and services, developing new partnerships, and leveraging technology to improve access and delivery of services. Our team is putting efforts into capacity building within our community to divert resources within the department to address more meso or macro level issues rather than direct support, to start shifting to a more preventative perspective.
Since 2007, Community Support Services has operated Gift of Kindness. This fund provides short-term financial support to Chestermere residents when they are facing financial challenges, which could look like but are not limited to unexpected job loss, medical emergency, or eviction notice and utility disconnection. Each year, money raised for Gift of Kindness is used to support residents that are facing and are enabled to meet those needs through other government, communities, and nonprofit services. Thanks to this program, in 2022, our team was able to provide financial support to 239 residents. In the first graph, we can see that 39% or 71 of individuals were older adults. 28% or 60 individuals were under 18. And 33% or 51 were women. In the second graph, 100 of the financial support requests were related with basic needs, such as gift cards for groceries, medicine, clothing, and that number also includes 39 gift cards to older adults in need that we provided during the Christmas luncheon. 49 individuals received transit subsidy up to $500 per year. 36 received support for rent, 22 with energy, and 10 with utilities. 23 residents received support with gas cards, and they help our clients to get to medical appointments, job interviews, and attend meetings to complete government applications. We provide support to 18 women experiencing domestic violence, and 3 of them were older adults. So this is a concern that we observe is increasing in Chestermere. The Community Access Program supports Chestermere residents in need with accessing multiple subsidized resources. Each year, eligible individuals and families can apply for a card that gives participants access to community memberships, classes, event tickets, transit passes, and additional offering made available by local businesses. Last year, we had 83 CAP membership cards distributed, and the program supports 195 individual residents. The CAP program has had a big impact. Here are just a few examples from some of our partners organizations, such as Kids Up Front and TELUS Park. Our transit subsidy provides 134 monthly transit passes with a total value of $11,500. It is important to mention that transit subsidy was a pilot project and continuing now until December 2023. This year, the CAP program has so far 36 families and 100 family members.
Next, we have the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program. So the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program is one of our community support and poverty reduction strategies that helps modest income families and individuals file their taxes and gain access to benefits and credits to further support their financial situations. This in turn serves to strengthen our community. In 2022, CSF staff coordinated a tax clinic and recruited volunteers. Essentially, we had tax clinics where CSS staff conducted client tax intakes and sent documents off to volunteers who were ready and trained to file taxes. We have to total 54 individuals, totaling over $20,000 in refunds and credits back to community members. We are currently running this year's CVITP tax clinics, and we have made some positive changes and grown the program to support more community members this tax season. We have implemented an in-person tax clinic happening during our regular outreach sessions where individuals in the community can come get supported in gathering needed tax documents and doing screening processes with CSS staff, then be supported to connect with Community Volunteer Income Tax Program volunteers who will assist them in filing their taxes that very day. This is an accessible in-person approach that allows CSS staff to connect with one-on-one with community members seeking support, but also allows knowledgeable tax volunteers to answer questions and support clients. Community members supporting community members. We also have been taking in-person tax appointments at the CSS office at City Hall, supporting those who've had barriers in gathering their tax documentation for 2022. We have prioritized outreach, which has resulted in a total of 5 dedicated volunteers supporting the program and filing taxes, an all-time high, which has also led to 40 individuals helped, and we are only partway into the program season this year. We also plan on having a Seniors Week's tax clinic, prioritizing seniors who have not had the opportunity to file before the July deadline. Next, we have our outreach work. So one of our priorities is connecting with organizations and community members out in the community. Here are a few outreach projects. So in 2022, we began facilitating outreach clinics that had the Community Support Services team going out to 5 locations in the community with the goal of connecting with community members. The team built upon this project and rebranded it to the Community Support Resource Fair, a monthly fair that we coordinate which prioritizes a macro perspective. Instead of our team going out into communities alone, we invite a variety of community partner organizations who aim to support community members in need to come out to a monthly resource fair at the Chestermere Public Library. This change served to give community members the opportunity to connect with a robust selection of supports available to them outside of solely the Community Support Services scope, still achieving community outreach while offering more and connecting with a variety of our lovely partners. This year, we have also started prioritizing connecting with local schools to provide supports within our scope and share information and resources in hopes of supporting the ongoing bullying and student conflict issues in our community. We connected with community partners like the Chestermere RCMP to conduct meetings and reach out to local schools. This is an ongoing outreach process in its first few months of development. We hope to keep updating and building the community collaboration on this very important project. We also attended a variety of community events in the hopes of engaging and connecting with community members and partners like the Job Fair, Seniors Luncheon, Energizer Night, Seniors Week presentations, and mental health fairs. So lastly, our survey feedback. So we just wanted to wrap up on a positive note. We wanted to share some client feedback we've gotten kind of over time in the last year. And on the right, this is actually a client made this card for us after we had given them a free opportunity to invent through Kids Up Front and CAP. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Council, are there any questions? Yeah, it's obviously a really important part of our community, all the work that you guys are doing. And all we keep hearing is accolades at how good you're doing it. So it is impressive, how you guys are performing. It seems like there is obviously quite a big need seeming to jump forward this year, though. Do you believe that you have the resources to support that?
Yes. Do you want to answer that?
I can comment. I would say to an extent, capacity is low because there's only one full staff member, a full-time staff member and 3 part-time. So with the growing need and the increase in the population size, more staff would be required. We're really fortunate because a lot of community organizations are picking up a lot of resource navigation, crisis intervention, stuff like that. But still, through the city, I feel like if we want to increase our scope, we would need more staff members.
Okay. It would be nice to hear more about that assessment, given that your first quarter, I think, has, almost 75% of what you had all of last year, which is a significant change in the important work that you guys are doing. So I assume that you would work with your city director to bring that forward to council at a future time if they deem that to be relevant. Legislative, do we need a motion from council to allow staff to do that review, or is that allowed by the city director themselves?
That would be recommended for a motion.
Okay. How would you see that motion worded that to allow staff, to allow administration to review the current needs given the volume that they're experiencing? Thank you.
Through the mayor, I just want to mention that on June 1st, we're going to start a children and youth survey just to review the needs of the community.
Sorry, say that again?
We're going to start a children and youth survey.
Survey,
for
okay.
For the community.
Fantastic. Okay, great.
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, Councillor Foat.
Through the mayor to the presenters. You mentioned that there was, you have 15, I think you said, domestic violence, but women. Where do they go for protection? Do they go to Strathmore or Calgary or?
Through the mayor to Deputy Warden. Deputy Melfort. Yes, we have different resources, information, and referrals. I mean, I can speak a little bit, and Monica can follow to my observations. But we have several places to send them. We have shelters who are in Strathmore. We have shelters who are in Calgary. We also hear through the community support services, we have an assessment for them. Okay. We have an intake. We can help them to find different resources, talk to Income Support, Alberta Works, and also we refer them to the Women in Crisis Society here in Chestermere that is just new, but is providing us a very good resource.
Thank you so much.
For them, Monica, would you like to add something if you want?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say last year we went to Strathmore to see the shelter there because this is a concern. Their capacity is also limited. So we are right now trying to build relationship with the shelters in Calgary and to understand more the eligibility criteria. For example, sometimes mental health issues could be a barrier for them to go to shelters. So there are many things to do and each case dependent of the needs. So we need to study and support each client depending of whatever they require to really provide the best services and referrals and advocate for them.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Watt?
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. It was very well done. I just have a quick question in regards to the program you mentioned with your collaboration with schools. I'm just wanting to know a little bit more about that program, if you don't mind.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jahawat. So this is a new program that we started. It started with a couple of clients coming to us with the issue of school violence, and we hadn't realized how bad it had gotten. So we connected and partnered with the RCMP and had meetings. So it was mainly resource sharing. So for us, we wanted a presence in the schools, a way to connect with the schools, connect with parents that were having issues, because for us, it's a top-down issue. So if parents and families are having problems, that's where we can come in and support them with basic needs, referrals, things like that. So for us, it was getting to schools, meeting with them, sharing resources. So we've met with 3 schools so far, and we're planning on meeting with every single one in the area and just sharing all those resources, figuring out ways that we can come into the schools and connect. And that's a priority for us, and just seeing what the issues really are, and then pulling other community organizations in as well, as there are organizations that are working really hard on this topic.
Councillor Narayan?
Thank you, and through the chair, a really good presentation indeed. On your graph on support trends, I'm just looking at transportation, 30%. Can you speak more to that, please? What kind of support are you referring to?
Monica, would you like to take that one, the transportation? Sure. Yeah, it's about the transportation subsidy. Well, we have the Gift of Kindness that support that program through the Community Access program. Then what we do is to have available monthly passes with subsidy. Usually it's $8.35 for the different levels that we have. You can start paying that. That is a great support for the community. Regarding, your question was, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so it says that 30%, I'm just looking at your graph here, and it just says, gift of kindness, 30% transportation. So are these all transit related? Are these for, younger adults? Are these seniors, older adults? What's the demographic, and what kind of transportation are we talking? Yes. Is it just regular transit, or is it like from here to going to hospitals?
Yeah, the need is to go to medical appointments is one of the biggest one for seniors. The other one is for students to go to school. They take the transit to East Hills, and then from there they take the Calgary Transit. What else we have? Monica, can you please just answer that?
Sure. We also receive a lot of clients that are requesting the transit subsidy support because they are working in Calgary, and income is really an issue, and that's help when you pay just $8 for a transit monthly pass that is $112. And so, yeah, we conduct an intake. We evaluate the income, the budget of each applicant, and based on that, when they complete all the requirements, we include in the CAP program, and they have access to transit, and we provide those transit subsidy up to 5 transit passes per year about, but also it includes taxis fees, and many of them here locally, and even though for meet with us, sometimes seniors can come to City of Chestermere to meet with us, so we help them to try to with support with these transit opportunities for meet their needs.
It's up to $500 through the gift of kindness.
Sure.
or subsidy.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I guess, because our council, it's transportation is something that we're definitely looking into. I guess it's something we got to take into consideration when discussing transportation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Olympia, I just had a question. You mentioned gift cards. Are we, have you done a review as to the effectiveness of the gift cards versus us donating to other organizations? Is a gift card the preferred method? And does it get the I guess the benefit directly to the client faster?
Through the mayor. Yes, Mayor, I think it's something that we are doing with the gift cards. It is because different clients have different needs. For example, people who have different backgrounds, then they can purchase with the gift cards. They can go themselves. They don't go through a process, and they can go directly to purchase whatever they need. Oh, please.
To Mayor Colvin. So essentially, the gift cards is very contextual. It really depends. For example, if a woman is fleeing domestic violence and she does not have any financial authority at home, the money right away would help her get away, gas cards, whatever she needs to do to get to safety. So yeah, that I think it's a little bit more client on a client basis. We have found it's very helpful, and we make it very clear that gift cards are actually just kind of like a one and done. It's more so for those emergency services. It's not so clients come back constantly and we give out gift cards. Yeah. Thank you.
Because also after we provide the gift cards, I think the intention is that we can refer the clients, for example, to income support if they need it, depending on the situation, or employment opportunities, things like that can help them. Yeah.
Oh, it's interesting. The customizability by the client obviously is very present when they have the gift card, and they can choose what exactly they're looking for, whether it be food or what have you. And it's interesting. Thank you, Councillor Dean.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to the presenters, 2 questions. One, has the funding for Forum FCSS United Way for 2023 already gone out to the successful recipients? And 2, I'm just wondering if you could comment on how Senior Week is going and the upcoming plans for that, and if you require any additional resources or assistance in regards to helping with the upcoming Seniors Week, which I believe is the 2nd week of June. So just wondering on those 2 questions. Thank you.
Through the mayor, through Councillor Dean. Yes, we are right now. We are with the grants for preparing for the 2024. Regarding the Seniors Week, we have our social strategist, Christian, who is taking the lead on Seniors Week. Then he is collaborating with other organizations to do different things. We have really good activities for the first week of June, that is Seniors Week, and we are very excited that soon we can share with you.
Thank you. Councillor Dean.
Sorry, yeah, no, I know you're working on the 2024, but has the funding for 2023 been distributed to the organizations?
I need to reply to you. I'm not sure about that. I think so, yeah.
Okay, not seeing any questions. The motion on the table, are council comfortable with any wordsmithing, or Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, no, I'd like to see it expanded out a little bit, and I drafted some down. To direct the City Director of Corporate Services and Community Support Services to review and perform an independent and statistical social needs program assessment to better evaluate and allocate resources, and come back to council with a presentation.
Okay, can you read that again, please? Slower.
To perform an independent and statistical social needs program assessment and statistical social needs.
Your mic. Oh, your mic, sorry.
Yeah, social needs programs assessment. To better evaluate and allocate resources. And come back to council with a presentation.
Councillor, is there any other additional wordsmithing? Councillor Dean?
I'm just wondering if we could take out the word better, as there's an assumption there. So I think in asking evaluate and allocate, right? Because
perhaps a more focused, right? Because once we understand if there's shortfalls or other things in the area, we can then either allocate additional resources or refocus resources. Because we'll want to ensure that, everything we're maximizing the benefit. Right, it's impressive the amount of work that you're doing and the escalation that we're seeing. So I think it's very important to understand how that fits in, what we're providing here within the city versus what people may be going into Calgary or into Strathmore for or whatever, because it's not available here.
Councillor Dean?
So then could we take out the word better and put in the word further before allocate? So, and statistical social needs programs assessment to evaluate and further allocate.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Please add that. Council, any more wordsmithing that you'd like to do in regards to the top motion? Councillor Bunk.
Just like to ask a question about why independent. Independent typically means you're going out to a third party. And I think these are qualified people to look at the review.
Councillor Henley?
Yeah, why I said independent is it's always good to have someone who's not necessarily vested. Like you have the background, the expertise to do all of that, but then you're getting confirmation from someone who knows, like, I don't know, an example would be like, statistically, with a population of this size, right, there is a certain percentage of people that would need the food bank, or as an example, right, and versus, what do we provide with the food bank, right, and is there a gap that's there, right? They would be able to provide that statistical information from other areas to give you the comparatives, and that was my thought on. Just it doesn't hurt to get an outside person to view it that has that expertise as well. It just validates whatever you do.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm just a little confused because there is social needs assessment and then there is program assessment. The social needs, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the social needs assessment is done externally and we get a report every year. So are we looking to do a needs assessment, a social needs assessment, which is done externally, or are we looking at doing a program assessment?
Being that the programming you're suggesting is more internal.
Yeah.
And then social needs in general is more external.
Yeah.
I know that the initial intention of what I was looking for was what specifically are we offering, what specifically are we able to handle in relation to the escalation of what's happening in the community, given what we've previously allocated to this department and budgeting, et cetera, and are we experiencing something more significant than expected? So I think I'm referring to, again, the programs.
Yeah.
And I guess, is it Councillor Narayan, would you still say it's called social needs programs, or is it, well, how would you word that?
I think they might be able to answer that better.
That's right. Can you push your mic?
Sorry.
Thanks.
Through Mayor Colvin to Councillor Narayan, I would say a program and service assessment, social programs and services assessment would be more adequate. A community social needs assessment is typically done through our department as well, and that's mostly external, what the community actually needs, what they're looking for, and we usually use that information to create programs, so it informs our services. Thank you.
Okay. Callan, if we could look at adding, so take out needs, if you would, after social needs, and change that to social programs and services. Assessment. So after programs, say and services. Assessment to evaluate and further allocate resources and to come back to council with the presentation. If I could ask you just a question to Olympia, what's your thoughts on two things? Is yourselves and your team doing a review of what's happening, and your thoughts of also getting a third party independent to do some kind of assessment? Turn your mic on. Sorry.
Through the mayor, yes, we are doing an internal survey with different demographics.
Okay.
We're going to start with the children and youth programming because we know it is a gap of programming for that demographic. But we're also going to do children with disabilities and seniors survey.
Okay.
And that's internally. And then we will hire, as you are requesting, the external person to do to help us with the social needs assessment.
Okay. So would you ask us to make the motion such that perform an internal and independent? Would we put those two together?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Funk.
Can I suggest that we split those into two different motions? Because there's a social needs evaluation that would be an external. And then we're also looking at what it would take for them to meet the needs internally within the program. So labor hours, things like that.
If I understand correctly, the needs assessment is done by external parties already? Okay. So the programs and services assessment, can that also be done by an independent party as well as internally? And do you suggest that would help support your program further?
The social performance of the external programs,
Yeah.
they can be done also by an external company.
Okay. Councillor, are there further questions in regards to what we were just talking about? Okay, if we could finish wordsmithing this motion, to review and perform an internal independent. Sure, if you could remove better. And we can get rid of the bottom one, yeah. Councillor, in relation to this, just one final chance to wordsmith this. And then I'd like to get a councillor to read the motion, and we can talk about it again. If I can get a council to read the motion in, Councillor Watt?
I move to direct City Director of Corporate Services and Community Support Services, CSS, to review and perform an internal and independent and statistical social programs and services assessment to evaluate and further allocate resources and to come back to council with a presentation.
Thank you. Councillor, any comments or questions in relation to that motion? Councillor Watt?
I think just it sounded a little bit off while I was reading it. Is there a couple of ands that we can get rid of in there to review and perform an internal and independent?
I think for sure the one after independent could be removed. Internal and independent statistical social programs and services assessment. Does that seem to be better? Restate the motion. Restate it?
Sure.
If you're comfortable with that?
Sure. Direct City Director of Corporate Services and Community Support Services, CSS, to review and perform an internal and independent statistical social programs. That's where it sounds funny, is social programs. Statistical social program and services assessment to evaluate and further allocate resources and to come back to council with a presentation.
Is so the question is social programs and services assessment different than statistical social programs, service and assessment? Do you have any thoughts on that comment? Independent social programming and services assessment. So I think we're missing the point of the statistical in that particular sentence. What are your thoughts, Councillor Hanley? Yes, please, Olympia.
Community services instead of just the team, because it's going to take an effort of other areas in my department, will be also the social development team. Then if we can just, instead of putting just community support services, just community services department.
Okay, so instead of community support services, you'd prefer to have that as community services department? Yes, for sure, thank you. Councillor Hanley, your thoughts? Internal and independent. Is statistical implied that would be in the report?
Yeah, I think it's implied.
Yeah.
So you could probably get rid of it.
Let's
Say
get rid of
independent social programming and services assessment.
Because the social programming and services assessment should, in its own, have the statistical analysis in it. Yeah. Okay, with those changes, Councillor, are there any further comments in relation to this motion?
Should we have
Sandy, if we could get you to read that in, restate it one more time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Direct City Director of Corporate Services and Community Services Department to review and perform an internal and independent social programming and services assessment to evaluate and further allocate resources and to come back to council with a presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, moving forward on to item number 2, which is pages 102 to 132, which is our CMRB Joint Planning Area 2, being presented today by Elizabeth Armitage, our Senior Planner with the City of Chestermere. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning. I do not have a presentation today, but I would ask that we go to page 3 of the staff report with the map.
Okay, that's page 104 in our package.
Or this that I think is in one of the documents. Works perfect.
Yep.
The Calgary Metropolitan Regional Growth Plan was approved by the Minister on August 15th, 2022. It requires participating municipalities in an identified joint planning area, or a JPA, to adopt a Terms of Reference, TOR, to govern the development of a context study. A context study is a non-statutory background report that is intended to guide the development of the JPA. The outcome of the context study will inform new municipal statutory plans and amendments to the Regional Growth Plan, as well as guide the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board in decision-making. In February, the Board approved an extension to the due date of the Terms of Reference for the context studies, for the context studies in the joint planning areas, including JPA 2, which is the one that we are part of, until April 28th, 2023, which is just a few days from now. It is my understanding that Rocky County and Calgary are both presenting their terms of references for the JPA 2 to their councils today. The TOR that we're discussing pertains to JPA 2, which is a preferred growth area located between the City of Chestermere, Rocky County, and the City of Calgary, as per the map that is shown on the screen right now. The TOR presented for Council's approval is Exhibit A, and it establishes the process, roles, responsibility, contents, schedules, deliverables, and budgets for preparing the context study for the lands within JPA2. The JPA2 context study must be completed and approved by the CMRB by August 15th, 2025. The TOR guides the development of a context study to assure timely, collaborative, and efficient delivery. Preparation of the JPA2 context study will be jointly undertaken by all 3 municipalities and would involve the participation of each municipal administration and council, which is included in Section 5 of the actual TOR. The JPA note that administration and councils are required to participate in the trilateral JPA2 committee that is responsible for providing overall direction to administration and for making decisions on most matters pertaining to the context study. The committee would consist of 6 elected officials, 2 members appointed from each municipal council. The JPA2 context study would result in a better understanding of the study area and help guide the focused, efficient, and collaborative development of this preferred growth area. The TOR identifies 5 phases to the development of the context study. Phase 1 is initiation, which will happen as soon as all 3 municipalities approve the TOR and the budget adjustment request. This phase will focus on the completion of background documents, hiring a consultant through an RFP process, and the creation of the committee. Phase 2 is a gap analysis and prioritization, which would include the completion of the gap analysis by the consultant hired in Phase 1. The resulting gap analysis would include a list of potential action items to resolve knowledge gaps in relation to the context study scope criteria. Phase 3, the context study action items consists of completing the action items approved in Phase 2 through a collaborative approach between the consultants and administrations. Phase 4 is the draft context study. And Phase 5 is approval and adoption of the context study before August 15th, 2025. It is worth noting that the legislation surrounding a context study is actually quite vague. So we have created, the partner municipalities have created what we believe that context study will involve while meeting the requirements of the, meeting the requirements, I guess. And then lastly, in order to support this project, in accordance with the terms of reference, administration is proposing a 2023 budget adjustment of $25,000 to fund Phase 2 context study analysis. The resulting gap analysis report would include recommended action items that would require future funding requests from each municipality. Those are to be determined. As this project is essentially required by the CMRB, and the next step in the project is to conduct a gap analysis, which will provide a shared understanding between all municipalities of the available information and the knowledge that exists, and is a fact-based exercise. Administration recommends council proceed with option 1 in the report. Specifically, administration recommends the following 3 motions. Motion 1, and these are on the last page of the report from staff, that the Joint Planning Area 2 Context Study Terms of References be approved as presented in Exhibit A. Motion 2, that the budget request of $25,000 for Phase 1 of the Joint Planning Area 2 Context Study Terms of Reference be approved. And number 3, that council appoint 2 councillors to the trilateral JPA2 committee to represent the city of Chestermere. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Liz. Councillor, are there any questions for Liz? Councillor Hanley?
Do we have any sort of recommendation of that the 25,000 for Phase 1 of where that will be funded from, or is that you're requesting that in addition, so we would have to draw it from restricted surplus?
I will let Travis answer that question.
I'm currently inquiring with Anne our financial manager right now, on where we think this $25,000 can come from. We believe it could probably fall within some sort of grant. If not, we could probably put it in the operating budget, but I'm just confirming that right now.
Okay. So if necessary, we could modify the motion to say, if necessary, that we authorize it to be withdrawn from the restricted surplus when other avenues have been exhausted.
That's fair. Yep. Similar to other applications that we have done that.
Liz, you mentioned that the area is. Sorry, did you mention that it's still being defined, or it's been defined by?
This area was defined as part of the CMRB Regional Growth Plan in August 2022. So it was approved by the board and is set.
Okay.
Council, if I may, I just wanted to clarify the JPA as well. So there are 8 municipalities within member municipalities within the CMRB, and there are multiple joint planning areas within the Calgary Metropolitan Board region. So we being number 2, how many are there, Liz? I believe, are there 8 of them?
I'm not positive on the number, but I do want to point out that while we're number 2, we are actually not, there's actually some that are being worked on already that kind of got out of the gate quicker. So we've learned from what they did in their terms of references and believe we've improved on them. For example, ours is creating a concrete document and a database essentially through the gap analysis, where others are not as specific and aren't necessarily going to create a usable product. I support usable products and information. So this is the only JPA that Chestermere is part of.
Interesting. Yeah, I was just looking at the one directly above Serenity, the boundary there, why it jogs, but that's already been decided through that one person's property. Half of it's in the JPA and half of it's outside the JPA. Say, okay. But if that's already been decided, then it's not a point of discussion.
My understanding is there's no ability to amend that.
Okay. All right. Council, moving forward, if we could put the motion on the screen, motion number 1, that the Joint Planning Area 2 Context Study Terms of Reference be approved as presented in Exhibit A. As information, Joint Area Planning 2.
The motions, the 3 motions are included in the report. If you, never mind. There you go.
There we go. Yep. That's correct. Council, if I could get that motion read in. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council approve the Joint Planning Area Context Study Terms of Reference as presented in Exhibit A.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to that motion on the screen? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. All right, our second motion that we're looking at is that the budget request of $25,000 for Phase 1 of the Joint Planning Area 2 Context Study Terms of Reference as presented. And Councilor Hanley had an amendment to that.
Yeah.
Or wordsmithing?
Yeah, afterwards. As presented, fund as a separate sentence, funding provided from the funding is authorized to be provided from the RSA accounts if all other sources are exhausted.
RSA, restricted surplus accounts? if all other funding sources have been exhausted.
Yeah.
Okay, council, does council see any other wordsmithing in relation to that motion? All right, if I can get that motion read in. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accept the budget request of 25,000 for phase 1 of the joint planning area planning area 2 context study terms of reference as presented. Funding is authorized to be provided from the restricted surplus account if all other funding sources have been exhausted.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to that motion? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. All right, our third motion, that council appoint 2 councillors to the Trilateral GPA 2 committee to represent the city of Chestermere. Liz, when do you expect the first meeting to be again?
I don't have that date at this point in time.
Okay.
I believe when all 3 councils pass this today, we will move forward very quickly.
Okay. Councillor Hanley?
Liz, any idea of what's the meetings like? Are they during the day? Are they in the evenings? Do we have any indication?
No, in order to be able to provide some of this information, we could come back with a separate report to give you that information once we know it, so that you're better able to determine who would want to sit on the committee, given the lack of information we have about the committee at this point in time.
Sure, that's fine. I'm certain it'd be during the day, but that's fine to come back to us with this information. Do you feel that we have the time to make the decision on the following council meeting next week?
I think so.
Okay. So it's okay not to consider this motion right now?
Yes, this motion is not in Rocky View Council's report. We just wanted to start that discussion, so they are not doing that today to our knowledge.
Okay,
so I
Councillor
think
Foat?
that if they're not, we don't need to.
Okay, Councillor Foat?
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so I think if council's accepting, we can look at this motion coming back to us next week. Kate, do you believe that we would require a motion of that, or just simply have administration bring that back?
No, they can just put it on the agenda for next week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Liz.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to item number 3, which is pages 133 to 142, City Hall Life Cycle and Enhancement Plan, being presented today by Dario, Manager of Environmental Services, City of Chestermere. Good morning.
This presentation is for information purposes on capital projects that are being done here in the City Hall. So lifespan, life cycle enhancements, all that other kind of stuff. So I will go through that today with you guys, and the only thing we will be requesting is a motion to accept this as information for the life cycle enhancement of City Hall. Okay, so currently we have a few things happening here at the City Hall. We have gone out for an RFP to get quotes on roof replacement and what is entailed and what we need to do for the roof to have no drainage, better drainage. We've been having current leakage problems inside the City Hall, and so it's just a matter of seeing what we need to do, if we need to replace it completely or just repair a bunch of items in the roof. Also, we're looking at boiler repairs or replacement as well. The boilers are quite old here. They're as old as the building. But we might be able to get away with repairs because some of the boilers that we do use, there's 2 boilers that we do have, are high commercial grade boilers. So they could probably withstand another 10 years, if not, because we haven't been utilizing as to its full capacity. So, and then the front lobby steps, there's a bunch of repairs that we need to do there. This concrete is falling apart, rebar is showing and being exposed, potential tripping hazards, all that other kind of stuff. We also are looking at a server room suppression system. Currently in the server room down in the basement, we have only a sprinkler system. So that's not useful for what the server is for. So we don't want any equipment being damaged there. So we're looking at quotes for that. And then lastly, City Hall chambers enhancements. We did talk about this before. We're going to be adding some desks just for the directors, IT, ledge, and then kind of get that a better setup for the people here. So let's start off with the roof replacement. So the roof is 17 years old, or 18 years old, sorry. We're looking at an RFP right now. So the RFP just ended last week. So procurement process, we are vetting all the people who've put their proposals in, and then going through that. We will be going through adjudication probably next week and talking to and seeing which companies we want to approach. One thing that we have looked at that some of the people that have been coming is it may just be a repair that needs to be done. So we had a leak back in February, and the roofing company that came just to fix that leak was actually taking a look at the rest of the roof and saying, you know what, you may not need to replace this whole roof, but you do need to reseal everything, put new eaves and all that other kind of stuff, because the water is pooling. That's what is also creating the problems that we're currently seeing. So eaves are in that scope of that RFP. So right now what we've determined, it's not big enough commercially. So it's around 2 inches to 3 inches. Typically for a building this size, they want it to be 4 to 5. That way water doesn't pool and start going over the roof and creating leakage. Also, if you see around you just need to look up the fascias and soffits, there's a lot of bad damage around the whole city hall. So we do want to get that repaired as well. And then drainage. So the eaves are a big problem right now in the back parking lot. So we did a temporary fix, which is good for now, but we want to completely replace that and put them in proper drainage locations. So that will eliminate a lot of the ice buildup that's gathering in the sidewalks during the winter time and even in the parking lot as it trickles down. So then the boilers. We are looking at the boilers right now. We're thinking we can get away with some repairs. We have 2 boilers down there, but we're thinking we can get away with repairing the pumps, the heating pumps, water tanks, and maybe changing out the expansion tank, and then some copper piping related to isolating the boiler and all that other kind of stuff. So aside from that, we were looking at changing all the actuators. We do have a temperature problem in this building, so sometimes it's too hot, sometimes it's too cold. We have a total of 56 actuators that are in this building, so we're thinking about replacing them all, and then on top of it, updating the thermostats. So that will go out to quotes as well. We have already 1 quote and 2 more companies coming in later next week into the following week to figure that out. And then lastly, the front steps. This one, as I said, it needs repairs. We've already had 1 company come in to do a quote for us. We have 2 more companies scheduled in for the end of this week. They're actually suggesting to put like an aggregate finishing on it, and with the proper epoxy, it would be a good finish and probably last a lot longer. So, and then it would kind of eliminate the slippage and all that other kind of stuff, because it is a gravel kind of pebble texture to it. So that'll be really good for that. I'll just show you some of the pictures just of the roof, the steps, all that other kind of stuff. So you see the soffits, the eaves, and then the steps there that has exposed rebarb, and then stones kind of. Every time we find breakage there, we have to pick up the stones because it creates this tripping hazard there. And then the suppression system. So obviously that's self-explanatory. A lot of expensive equipment going down there. There's been some upgrades for the server. We want a proper suppression system. We've already had a company that we do work with for our security system, but because it is past the threshold of like going sole source, we're actually getting 2 more quotes for that. And then the City Hall chambers enhancements. It's been brought to our attention just a few adjustments to the desks, so we're going back out to the contractor to see what that will cost us, and then going out for 2 other quotes because it probably will be past the threshold as well. So, and yeah, that's the end of that presentation. So, if you have any questions, I'll be more than.
Thank you very much, Dario. Councillor, are there any questions for Dario? Councillor Vogt?
Through the mayor to Dario, I have 2 questions. The first one is your steps. This aggregate that you're going to put on. Are you going to put marking aggregate on the lip of the stairs?
Potentially. We're talking to the contractors right now. They still haven't given us a proper scope of what they want to do. But yes, I'll bring that back to the contractors and see if that's a possibility.
Because by the accessibility group that was assessed here 2 or 3 years ago, that it needs to have that yellow strip on the front edge of the step, so that can be identified.
Perfect.
Then my second question is the eaves on the back of the building where the water comes down and is supposed to go underneath the sidewalk and out of the parking lot. Is there consideration being made to drain that water off to the west or the east of the building rather than trying to drain it onto the parking lot where it makes the whole parking lot slippery?
Yes, we're actually going to eliminate going to the parking lot. And so on the public library side, we'll have a drainage point that way. And then on the other side, there's actually a drainage that goes into a little utility section there, and just have a pipe go straight down to that drainage. So it goes straight into probably a dry well down there, but we would have to figure that out too.
And I do have a follow-up on that second question I just asked. Have you had any consultation with your with the city's liability insurance company on the time it's taking to get this done?
No, we haven't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any further questions for Dario? All right, the motion that, if legislative has the motion, here it is. If I can get the motion read into the record. That's not the motion. I think you had the motion. It was there, yeah. Motion to accept. Oh, yep, there we go. That's it. Okay, Councillor Hanley?
A motion to accept this presentation as information on this life cycle enhancements for City Hall.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. All right, Dario is going to present the next presentation, which is for the MSI funding. Dario, if you would. Page 143.
Yes, this, I'm going to just make sure I get it here. So this presentation is to request for additional MSM funding for enhancements to City Hall. It's been brought to our attention from multiple groups, so the corporate services, planning side, on changing the structure of the offices, creating more collaborative space, and then more break areas, because we only have one lunch area right now currently. But just in total, just a whole revamp of some of the office areas due to headcounts coming in too. So as the city grows, we need some more city employees, and that's what we're experiencing. We're a shortage of offices and collaborative spaces. The motions we will be requesting is request for decision to apply for MSS funding of $280,000 for enhancements to City Hall. That will include a standardized furniture contract potentially. Some companies have done that where you do a contract for 5-10 years just to standardize all the furniture as well. So that would be included in the construction as well. Also, we'll be requesting a request for decision to include parking lot expansion in that application. I know Travis brought that to your attention a few council meetings ago. Yeah, so if we do that, we can probably put that in together as well, because one of the questions that came from council was, would this affect the current projects that were being done right now? No, because this would actually fall under this application. Okay, so right now we have people asking for, like in the planning side, so this is all the spaces that we want to do different construction and all that other enhancements. CGI planning, corporate services, IT department, council wing, and then obviously creating some more break rooms around City Hall. And then the last one is standardization of office furniture. Now for the planning side, so this was more for centralizing all the staff, so almost like a cubicle, maybe even a drafting kind of setup that they want, so they can collaborate better, create more efficiencies and productivity when they're talking to each other and planning stuff. And then adding more office space for the additional headcount that's potentially coming our way as the city grows. On corporate services side, same kind of thing, right? So we have a growing comms team, we have a growing FCS group potentially, a lot of people potentially coming on, and then HR, same thing, kind of a cubicle drafting area that we would create for these people. The drawings here was a drawing from the planning side. They've helped out with kind of seeing what it would be entailed to create these spaces. So this is the second floor. As you can see in some of these drawings where all the clouds are, I don't know if we can zoom those in, but that would be removal of walls and creating a bigger office space, potentially putting cubicles in those spaces if it makes sense, or drafting. There's other areas where the reception is right now, the planning, opening that space, creating a different just different environment altogether for people to come in, residents. And then on the corporate services side, we would create a more office space there, more of a collaborative open space, and then a break room area as well, just because we don't have anything upstairs essentially to have a break room. So, and that was the request there. And then for IT and the council wing. So IT right now, we have a group of 4 staff members and a manager. So the request was very simple: open up their office space that's currently on the side of the building, just knock down a wall, and then create more storage for them as well. As we see, we're running out of storage in City Hall too. So that would be a great space to have manager, all his staff members, and then on the other side, all the storage space that they require for all the technical stuff. And the council wing. This is more of a utilization for space and collaboration for more staff members and even residents that come in. So that would be all included. And here's the drawing of that. So the drawing on the IT side is just to your left, if you're looking at it, yeah, to your left. So it's just the one wall that we would be taking out, and that whole space would be essentially IT. On the other side, we have a few walls that we'd be taking out, maybe a meeting area and an additional office space for additional people for the council wing. So as you can see, yeah, it'll take a lot of work, and what we would be doing is going to RFP most likely, and having one company do it all, and then having them have subcontractors figure out the rest of the city hall. And then for the standardization of office furniture. Now, I kind of brought this up that most of the stuff that here is pretty old, and so we were looking at what we could do in standardizing that and making it more simpler for everybody, for facilities, for finance, and then just for picking furniture, right? So it does create, because right now, health issues as well, we don't want to be sitting at a desk for long periods of time. So we would also include ergonomic chairs, modular tables, chairs, all that other kind of stuff. And then removal and movable storage units. Because again, we don't have a lot of room situated for storage. So if we had movable storage that we can move around, that might eliminate some of the issues that we have with filing, stuff like that. And then right now, all the furniture, most of the furniture is when the building was built. So it's 18 years old. The furniture, big tables, it was made for a small council, small staff, right? So they had all their offices. And now that we're making things bigger as we grow, more staff, we need to kind of simplify that in order to have more quality control over that as well. So what that aids facility management, it saves time, it's easy to place repeat orders as needed, accounting, and it makes it easier for them for managing the life cycle of the furniture, and then quality control. It allows to increase quality control of the products and services purchases. And I will open it up to questions now.
Thank you, Dario. Councillor, are there any questions for Dario? Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Dario, but this actually might be to all of council as well. We've had a lot of interesting presentations today showing a lot of the growth and stuff that we've been experiencing from the assessment presentation, showing that significant growth compared to the rest of the province. My question is, how much longer do we foresee this building actually being able to contain the growth that we're seeing? Like, how full are we? Because I know there's a lot of office spaces that are multiple people in them that were originally one or two people. So,
Mayor to Council Funk, great question. That has been a conversation of topic with me and Cam. It's just, how long do we want to do this? I mean, we could maybe do an assessment as well of what we want to do and if we want to continue enhancing this building, or do we look at other options? But I mean, we can make that assessment or plan that out and bring that back to you guys.
Yeah, I would think, just to answer that, I would think that a lot of that would somewhat depend on our annexation.
Sure.
You know, if and how successfully we are with the volume of annexation that we're looking at, would be a big determinant factor in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I would definitely foresee that pushing that forward a lot if we got the annexation. But even with the growth that we're seeing, I'm wondering how many more years we can grow with this building.
Yeah, it's nothing that I can answer right now, but
yeah. I'm sure that we will succeed in annexation in some capacity.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's probably definitely something that will be on the horizon. Yeah. Councillor, are there any further questions for Dario? Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Through the mayor to Dario. So the motion today, are we motioning to just approve for the grant, or are we motioning to approve both the grant and the plan?
Both.
Okay, thank you.
So the first motion, Ledge, do you have the first motion? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. In the presentation, it looks like you've got us with two separate motions, and here it's an or. Is that correct?
So the presentation that I did was the projects that we're working on. This was an additional add for the parking expansion. So that was, I didn't put the or, but it's like a second motion. If we want to include the parking expansion, we would have to increase the application. So the one says 280 for the current project inside the presentation, but then if we want to include the parking expansion, we would have to increase that to the price that Travis gave you a while back. So maybe that's not properly worded.
So does that indicate that this is not in the current year plan?
Currently, no, because it was just not the parking expansion.
So it's not in this year's capital plan. So so if we allow you to apply for the MSI funding and you actually obtain it, then we would need to add it to this year's capital plan.
And I brought Anne just to kind of clarify that as well, but I don't know if you can clarify that.
That's me. So, this is extra from the capital plan. That's why we need a motion for council to approve, so I can go ahead and put in the grant application. But in our recording, we still record it as a new capital projects.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I thought we had approved the parking lot expansion.
I guess my understanding is we basically said to put it in for next year's program unless it can be accommodated within this year's program. Right? So they're doing the planning for 2024, the detailed planning for 2024 now, or they're starting that process. If there was not room in this year's program, then it would be applied to 2024. That was my understanding of what we authorized them to do before.
Yeah, if I may, Council. Just looking at the motion that we had done on March 28th by Councillor Hanley, we had said that the parking lot expansion project at City Hall to be included in the 2024 capital budget or earlier in 2023, depending on a briefing regarding the City Hall funding priorities. So in chatting with Anne, we've concluded that we're not going to touch 2023 capital, so we don't affect those projects, but we can apply for this grant. I guess the question, Anne, is maybe, are we able to start the work prior to the grant being received? Or I guess maybe to re-ask that question, what's the probability of us receiving the grant?
For MSI grant, we already received the funding and we keep it in our restricted deferred revenue. So all we have to do is submit the application to make sure it's an eligible expense, and we can start the project in 2023 as long as council approve the project, and we can carry over the project until like 24, 25 until we finish the project. So if the plan was to defer the parking lot a year further, we can do it all in one application now, but we indicate that the building will be this year, 23, the parking lot will be 24, so we can give them the outline like that. Is that what you need?
Okay, sorry, Anne, thank you. What would it take to bring the parking lot into 2023?
As long as council approve, we can start the project in 23.
Okay.
Councillor Funk?
Thank you, Anne.
Do we have available MSI funds that were not budgeted, that are excess to budget?
Yes. So right now we have total of roughly 15 million. In that 15 million, we have about 5 million that unallocated to capital projects. So that's what we expect. That's the amount that we expect to receive this year after we finish the financial statement. So definitely we can use that funding for new projects.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. So through the mayor to Dario. So then right now what we're doing is we're putting the two projects together, the City Hall and the parking lot. So the vote is for all as opposed to voting for, say, City Hall and parking lot. Like as two separate motions, correct? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Like I guess then should they be separated or should they be put together?
If I may, Mayor and Council, from my understanding, in order to meet the checklist requirements for the grant, there's a minimum spend of $250,000. Is that correct, Anne? So.
It's a good idea to combine in one application, and then in
because if, depending on the option that we go with, if you recall back in the presentation, it was either 140,000 or it was 250,000, or sorry, actually it was 131,000 and it was 240,000. And so there is a potential that the parking lot may not even meet that requirement if it were to go solely by itself. So
Callan, in relation to the second motion, you need to add the RFP process to the motion. After the, yeah. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, if I go back to Dario's presentation, like, to me, these motions are confusing in that Mario's motion was to request for a decision to apply for MSI funding of 280 for the enhancement to City Hall to start the RFP process for this year. That's the existing piece. A request a decision to include the parking lot expansion application, increasing it to 250 or to 550, which means the original application is for 280 and we're applying for an additional 270 in order to get to 550. And that's not how I read these. When I go, a request decision to include the parking lot, increasing it to 550 or the 280. To me, it's not very clear.
Yeah.
With the motions that were there before.
So
I think we're better off with the motions that were in the presentation.
Okay. So the first motion, are you comfortable with the first motion?
Yeah, I can read the first motion.
Okay, you can proceed.
Motion that council concur or the council agrees to apply for MSI funding of 280 for the enhancement of the City Hall and to start the RFP process for this year in 2023.
Sorry, can you restate that? I missed it.
Okay. Motion that council agrees with administration to apply for the MSI funding of 280 for this enhancement to City Hall and to start the RFP process for this year in 2023.
Okay, Callum, can you rechange that or no? That motion?
I think, if I may, I think agrees is kind of not our typical language. Motion that council directs administration to apply for the MSI. You could probably do the second or include the second one as a bullet, or yeah, the council directs administration to apply for an additional 270 of MSI funding for the enhancement of the City Hall parking lot.
Can I just have to say MSI funding in there? So before 4, I think, or? Sure.
And Mayor to Councillor Hanley, should the or just be and instead?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
There'd just be two separate motions.
Or just two
I'll
motions.
take the or out.
Yeah.
Okay.
For enhancement to the city hall and parking lot expansion to start. Does it make sense that you include enhancement to City Hall in that, since it's a separate motion? The 270 is only for the parking lot.
I believe it probably just gives them more leverage in the overall, because it's all related to City Hall.
Okay, Counselor, is there any wordsmithing that you'd like to see in this first or second motion here? Counselor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, just with all the presentations today, I just want to be clear. So the first motion is, Dari, through the mayor to Dari, if you could just help me for 1 second. The first motion then is regards to the offices, not the steps and the roof and all that's already, we're good. This is for the renovations of the offices and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The other one was just for information projects already being done.
Okay, if I could get the first motion read into the record. Counselor Hanley?
Motion that council directs administration to apply for MSI funding of $280,000 for the enhancement to City Hall and to start the RFP process for this year in 2023.
Okay, Counselor, are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. If I can get the second motion read in.
Okay. Motion that council directs administration to apply for an additional MSI funding for the amount of $270,000, totaling $550,000 for the enhancement of City Hall and the City Hall parking lot expansion, and to start the RFP process for this year in 2023.
Any comments or questions in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Moving on to item number J1, which is an action item list update by City Director Cam Wong.
You guys bringing that up? Are you guys going to bring it up on your end over there? Why'd you move away? Perfect. Morning, Council. I only have 11 items. I'm not like my coworker Travis. I don't hoard them. We actually try to knock them off in community operations. We can start with the first one on the CRCA update. It started off as a purchase. When that purchase went on hold, we, along with support from Deputy Mayor and Councillor Dean, worked on a lease agreement with the CRCA. We met with 4 members. We spent numerous meetings going back and forth, numerous emails exchanges. Last night they did have their board meeting and the proposal was pitched to their board last night. I don't know the results of how that went, but I will get an update from Eric and present that to council. Any questions on number 1?
Council, any questions? Councillor Vogt?
My question to Cam on. My question to you, Cam, on this CRCA thing. Is there going to be a resolve? Do you think there's a chance to resolve on this?
obviously, we're hoping for that. All I can hope that they actually take it to their members for a vote, and from that vote, we can determine what our next steps would be.
Okay, thank you.
Next item we had on there was the minor sports task force. So I know the committee's just met or just got formed again. What the plan with administration was to work with the new committee to organize some field trips, to look at some turfs, look at some facilities. So that offer's still out there. Whenever you're ready with your committees, administration can take over and make those arrangements. Any questions in regards to the minor task force?
Councillor Dean?
Yeah, sorry, I think there, it might be on me, some miscommunication there. I think we are ready to, I thought the last conversation we had was let's book that field trip and go look at some of these facilities. So I think it'd be great for us to do that and reach out to this committee and get that going.
We can do that. Next item is digital speed signs. So Sergeant Bowman made a presentation for the Automatic Traffic Enforcement Act, which is something different. We can talk about that later. But for the digital speed signs, we have 19 of currently located in the city. Our plan is to add another 10 or 15 more. We're using these as deterrent only. We're not capturing any information off of that. We are finding through talks with CPOs and RCMP that we are getting better deterrents by actually using them. So they're all set right now, that they're all on constantly. So there's 3 or 4 that are old and we needed updated software, but they're constantly on and they flash when you exceed the speed limit, posted speed limit of over 10 kilometers. They flash and tell you to slow down. Plan will be to add additional 10 or 15 more throughout the city. Any questions on that?
None, thank you.
Next item up was the fire hall medical capability. So Chief Coots made a presentation on the 7th to enhance our level of service from currently what we have to what we call BLS, our basic life support system. So they've gone ahead and moved forward with that. So what they've done at this point is they've purchased all the soft goods. They've actually waiting for the life pack monitoring system that comes with it. All of our paramedics are going in for their training, which is the primary care paramedic training on May 17th. This will allow the city paramedics to practice a newly expanded provincial scope of practice, and allows a few other drugs that can be administered with some other procedures. And once that training is complete, the medical director will approve our order for the frontline medication. And currently right now, the medical directors also advise our paramedics they can work up to whatever scope they're comfortable with for each until we get to that BLS service, which will be no later than June 30th we will go live at. Any questions on that?
No, thank you.
All seasons, next one was the All City Property Maintenance Bylaw. We're working with Councillor Funk on what that policy looks like right now. We've done the first reading, so the other 2 readings we'll do once we've completed the policy. Any questions? Next item up there was the ice shacks. In December, we looked at looking at having them out there permanently for 3 or 4 days or for a period of time. After public consultation from our CPOs with all the public who was out there doesn't seem to be any demand or a need for ice shacks to remain on the ice over 24 hours. And also our partners with WID were not really fans of that program. I don't believe there's any need for that program, and we can cancel that pilot. Any questions?
No, thanks.
Next one is the animal control bylaw. So again, to show my colleague, this is how, so Trevor already presented that, so it can be removed from the list. Next item is the trails and multi-use pathway system. So council gave us a motion to direct administration to obtain a high-level costing and public consultation with people living in those affected areas for line painting and multi-use pathways, cross sections for sections area 3, 4, and the east side of 6. So right now the RFP is ready to go out, is posted. The public consultation will be completed when the final costing and details are ready to be shared. As discussed, that will be only with the affected residents.
Can we, just to be clear, is this the part where we went all the way into the Cove and all the stuff that we didn't want staff to do and went and did this presentation to all the public?
Yeah, we scaled it all back, and so we went back with what we had done at the last presentation, so we're all good to go with exactly what council wanted.
So how do we know, so is the RFP is ready to go out, you're saying?
Yes.
And are we sure that this time it's the correct pathways?
100%. It is the correct pathways, and after that RFP is out, then we'll go back and visit the public consultation to make sure that we have the correct information.
Okay.
We'll get the correct information on the next presentation.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Councillor Foat?
You mentioned line painting, Cam. Are we using the right kind of paint for line painting? Because it's not staying.
We believe we are. We use the permanent line marking stuff, and that's usually typically done near the later part of summer, early fall, once all the streets are cleaned and everything, like typically when we apply it. Certain stuff does work longer than others. It depends, I guess, how heavy or how populated the intersections are.
Specifically, like West Chestermere Drive, that new lines that got put in, they're all gone, and the old lines are there.
Yeah, and that was, so we did those ones ourselves. They weren't done professionally, so we can do some stuff in-house and some other stuff professionally. So we try to do as much stuff in-house as possible to reduce the cost, but anything that needs a permanent line marking like that, we can use the permanent lines, and they're much more costly, like almost 3 or 4 times what we would do internally.
Okay. Thank you.
Next item that we looked at was the intersection of the new design. So motion that council directs administration to obtain costing design for the intersection on East Chestermere Drive and East Merganser Drive for long and short-term solutions, specifically the stop sign locations with the addition of the 2 crosswalks for the short-term solution and the consultant's long-term recommendations. Again, the RFP is ready. The finished final draft will be presented to council in September for information. The design and construction of the long-term solution will be added to the 24 budget process.
Thanks.
Next item up there was the speed reduction. So motion that council direct administration implement a speed reduction for the smaller portion of Sandpiper from East Chestermere to Kinniburg. Again, just to show Travis, this one's already been done and off the list. Any other questions?
No. I think we're good, thank you.
And the last one is additional crosswalks. So motion that council directs administration to proceed with additional crosswalks. East Chestermere Link and East Lake View Road on southern side of the intersection and the main intersection at Camp Chestermere, and East Lake Road on the southern side. So the RFP is complete, and the construction for that will happen in 2023 near the end, like summer, fall. That completes community operations action list.
Now, Cam, I thought we did a motion to look at East Chestermere Drive in relation to the turn onto Chestermere Boulevard, similar to what we did on West Chestermere Drive.
No motion on that one. I'm working that one on the side with Stephen Powers to kind of very similar to what you've done. So he is making the consultant. He's going to actually show the design, so we're actually working with him on that as well. So
okay,
that will be coming forward.
Okay. Councillor Watt?
Through the mayor to Cam. Cam, can you just confirm, maybe I missed it, I live in Kinniburg and I haven't seen or been abiding by the reduction to 30 kilometers off that causeway. Is that the area that you mean off the bridge headed?
No.
Which section are you?
So the small portion of Sandpaper Lane from East Chestermere to Kinniburg Boulevard. That used to be 40 and now we've reduced it to 30.
It's down by Camp Chestermere, right closest to the lake when you come over.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, is there any final questions for Cam in relation to the action list? Councillor Hanley?
A question related to the action list, but not necessarily for Cam.
Okay.
I saw there were some people requesting information on the new traffic light on Chestermere Boulevard in Merganser, and if I understand, that's a temporary thing as they're going to be adjusting that section. So maybe we could just provide some clarification to the public, because it is an action item list item.
Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, Councillor Hanley and Mayor and Council. So as of right now, the temporary traffic lights, you are correct, will be installed. It was targeted to be installed for tomorrow. I'm not sure if that's the latest and greatest, but that was the target. The speed reduction has happened already through that zone. We've reduced it to 70 kilometers an hour. I know that the public had some inquiries in regards to why it was being reduced. It is being reduced for safe and proper function of the traffic lights for traffic operations through that corridor. That's the reason for the speed reduction. But in regards to the temporary traffic lights, that is correct. There is a bigger scope for Chestermere Boulevard when we look at twinning that road. And right now, that is just a temporary feature for us to be able to allow motorists to safely take the left turn movement out of Chelsea, because there's been an increased traffic on that intersection, and people are forced to try to find gaps in traffic and taking risk in crossing traffic to be able to merge into that traffic. And it's very unsafe. So that's the reason for the traffic lights.
Travis, do you know when the larger intersection just down the street from that at 284 would be either completed as with lights or a traffic circle?
So Range Road 284 being on the boundary of the city of Chestermere as well as the city of Calgary, there's a joint planning initiative there in regards to what that road looks like. We will be building half the road in conjunction with the Chelsea development, and then the city of Calgary whenever they put that on their priority list. That I don't know, but I would think that that whole intersection would have to be discussed with the city of Calgary in regards to when that upgrade would happen.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have a timeline on that.
All right, Councillor Fote.
Would that be something we could bring forward at a IMC meeting? Thank you.
For sure. Any further questions in relation to the action list item? All right, if I can get a motion to accept the action list update as for information. Councillor Hanley?
I move that council accepts the action item list update as information.
Okay, are there any comments or questions in relation to that motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, moving on to our next item, which is library board applicants. Is this something that goes in camera, or is this something that...
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As directed, previous council meeting, we were just supposed to give the applications to the library board. They do all the deliberations, and council essentially provides the rubber stamp. I've been in contact with the library board. They provided these 3 members to be appointed. I've reached out to these individuals, and they have all expressed that they're still interested in the position. So Legislative Services recommends the following motion.
Okay, thank you. Council, if I could get the motion read in. Councillor Watt?
Motion that council appoint the following members to the Chestermere Library Board: Samantha Smarong, Lauren Stahl, Rupinder Dulet.
Thank you. Council, are there any comments in regards to the motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, just we're going to be moving into closed session, but just we're going to break for lunch. And so just so we don't have to come back after lunch and then start it, we might as well start our closed session right now. So if I can get a motion to go in camera. Councillor Fote?
I make the motion to go in camera at this time.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're just coming out of in camera. If I can get a motion for coming out of in camera, Councillor Foat.
I make the motion we come out of in camera at this time.
Okay, that's 5:54 p.m. All right, we're just going to finish with the remainder of our business today on our agenda. We've got a motion coming out of in camera, which is a motion to direct the release of the draft report. Sorry, you're right. Sorry. All in favor of coming out of in camera? Carried. Thank you. Thank you again for that, Ledge. Our first motion of business coming out of in camera is to direct administration to. Okay, we're going to start with a previous motion. Okay, so the motion that we're going to move forward with, if I can get a councillor to read the motion into the record. Councillor Watt?
Thank you. I motion that council accept the Community Support Services and the CMRB Joint Planning Area 2 presentations as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And we have one more motion. Corporate Services.
I'd like to make a motion that council direct the City Director of Corporate Services and Administration to release the draft strategic plan to the public for input.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to that motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Let's just to be certain, is there another motion that you'd like us to do after this morning? Or is there only one? Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. If I can get a motion to adjourn the meeting for today. Councillor Foat?
I make the motion that we adjourn this meeting.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.